All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Sorry for the bit of a late start. I got busy and doing stuff around the house. So no worries. So we got a whole bunch of stuff to get into tonight, so we're just gonna kind of get to it, right? Um, so I think we got everything we need to for Pidgin 2. We could go ahead and update start working on the flat pack updates, but we might wait on that a little bit. We're doing updates so that we can do extensions right in the flat pack. But we're not quite done with that yet, but it's gonna take a little bit of time. But we need to work on game, and we also need to work on Zulip. I think we'll focus on Zulip a little bit tonight. I'm updating Discourse right now too, so things are a little weird. Last time we were doing a little bit was 11Ds playing with that. We're not gonna get to that right now. Plus, everyone's a fucking critic and knows better than me with JavaScript and HTML shit. So we're not even gonna do that on stream because it's just gonna be annoying as fuck. What do we have for tickets? Let's look at tickets real quick. This should be. Did I? Oh no, we didn't say that was there. That could get in here. Authentication could maybe get in here. Oh, I did have a ticket for this. I was looking for this. Son of a bitch. Like, I could have sworn I had a ticket for this, and I went to go find it, and I couldn't. Clearly, I didn't look hard enough. Oh well, is what it is. We got to remember to get that into the release notes, though. That's okay. All right, what we go next? Add an account setting IRC allow bad certs. That's gonna take some time. Account option, yeah. Flat pack information. Update plugin flat. I said flat blah. Blah 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 blah. It's gonna be one of those nights. I'm super tired, but I managed to not nap tonight. Although I drank a bunch of soda. Hopefully that'll do the trick for a bit here. But we'll see. Oh, I guess we can do this. So I did put a post up on Discourse here. Okay, I guess I can't look at it as I'm updating. That's fine. It makes sense. Describing what our the release names are, because the next release is going to be Alpha 1. And I hope that's okay. I'm gonna comment on that. Okay, so Ian didn't look at any of the other pull requests yet. That's okay. As you know, we've been mending Purple Facebook too, trying to get that back into a usable state. But we're not quite there yet. But we're getting there, slowly but surely. There's a whole bunch of stuff in it. What are we sorting by? I have no idea what the sort criteria is here. Maybe update? Maybe? This person ever respond? Well, I did. Oh, right. I remember that issue now. That's funny. I see that little bit and I know what it was. But we're going to go do this real quick. We're going to go over here. Get into the Pidgin issues once this loads. Thank you. We're going to go over here at settings. We're going to go to custom fields. Oh, no. We don't even have to do this here. This is fine. I mean, we can look at it. Scheduled versions. Edit for all fields. Oh, okay, so yeah, it does say experimental 6 here, that's fine. We're going to change this to, say, Alpha 1. Save. Okay, we already have an Alpha 1, apparently. Yeah, look at that. Is anything actually using that is the question. Oh shit. A lot of stuff does. All right, so what we'll do is anything that says, we're going to grab the stuff that says experimental 6, and we're going to move it to alpha 1. That 21? Okay, good. Then we got to update all the reports and stuff, but that's okay. Oh, actually, go back here. The save search we have to do too. Where are the save searches? Oh, I hit this guy. Then we go here. Edit save search. Oh, we already have one of those. All right, so we're going to delete this. Reports. Edit. Obviously, we got to move a bunch of stuff around, but that's okay. We can triage all this. That's fine. How's it going, Fistfuls? Welcome, welcome. How are you? All right. We got that triage to do. I love auto. Oh, actually, we need to do this first. We need to make alpha 2. Custom fields. Scheduled version. I don't know. How did I do this on the other one? We go here. Ah, sort by release date, ascending. Okay. So experimental 6 going to get deleted. Alpha 1. Remove value. Alpha 1. Need to edit. 2026 0101. Oop. 2026 0331. It's not released yet, but the long fabled first alpha release of Pidgin 3, yes. Cool. Now that floated to the top. Cool. We need to add another one, add new value. 3.0.0 alpha 2. Start date 2026 0401. Then this should be June 30th. Okay. Oh, we can give this a color. Okay. We are getting there. All right. Let's go back to the issues. So we're going to take a bunch of the stuff that was originally scheduled for Alpha 1 and push it off to Alpha 2. Like contact completion. This guy. Avatars. Auto reconnect. Timestamp preference. Application. We're going to move that one further out even. Topic changes not displayed as event. IRC. Appearance preference page. We'll look at that one in a second. Add contact dialogue. We need to get done sooner rather than later, but we'll come back to that in a second. Scheduling tasks. Their media pack, we really need to get done. Nicholas position's not starting at top. We're going to push that out to Alpha 2.2. Persist conversations. We need to try to get that done. We're almost done with it. We just need to do it. That should get done. That's mostly done. Oh, yeah. We should be able to finish this because the first part of this is done, but the second part of this needs to get done too. Update plugin for flat pack. Yep, flat pack information there. That's fine. This can go Alpha 2. I started that, so we'll leave that for now. I really meant to be... This is not what I thought we were on. We need to look at the tickets for Alpha 1 and figure out which ones need to go to Alpha 2. Okay, auto reconnect, avatar. Yep. Oh, yep. Appearance preferences page. Add contact again, like it should go there. Nicholas not at startup. Persist. That one we should keep for now. Update plugin for Flatpak. Flatpak to the about box. Bad certs. That one, like I said, we gotta check on that. I got some work on it. How's it going, Subuntu? Welcome. How are you? House password to purple. Yeah, I want to get that into later. New media API. Missing protocol. Don't we have most of this done? Oh, to the develop. Yeah, oh, we can finish that up in a better way. Support for networks. I'd love to get in here, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Purple proxy manager. Elma 9. We'll see. And property to control the visibility of messages. That's not happening here. That's definitely not happening anytime soon. Neither's that. We have some of this done that needs to be finished. We're handling... Dribble handle quit separately from parts. I agree. I'm not going to get that done in this month. System messages display. Yep. That's not going to get done either. Neither is that. We should do that. I thought we might have already done that. I'm not sure. Account action to toggle IR3. Yep. We'll get to that at some point. Crash handler. Request stuff I'm trying to kill. That we're gonna... There's a thing about authentication, and that's what that's gonna go to. Insert support to developer and translator lists. That's not gonna happen yet. Start checking. Purple account manager should remove accounts from notification manager. That's actually got fixed already. Oh, fuck me. I did not mean to click that. God damn it. All right, let's do this again. Apparently. We'll start from the bottom. Add sorting to the... I can't see over the stupid box, man. To the contact list. Yeah, we should do that, but that's not going to happen here. macOS installer, Windows installer, we're still a long way from those. That's done a different way. That's not happening yet. Search support, that needs to go for the other thing. These are, we'll leave these open for a second because we'll talk about that. Crash handlers it out. Yeah. Not yet. Conversation member, we need to check that. To be able to build everything from sub projects would be great, but we're not there yet. That's not going to happen in this release either. Neither's that. We might want to try to look at that. Protocol roster, it's not going to happen. We have some of this. Like I said, I'm not sure what's going on there. We need to look at what's there, what's not. To control visibility of messages, we're not doing that yet. Elma 9. I ran into some issue with that. I don't remember what it was. Proxy manager needs some stupid thinking to happen. Support for networks is not going to happen Alpha 1. Or could it? Skip it for now. There's too many questions for it. The idea of networks is people know that they want to connect to Libera chat or Facebook or Discord or jabber.org. They don't know that they need IRC with a specific server to get to Libera or XMPP to get to jabber.org. And the idea of networks is it sets the properties for us. It's relatively straightforward. The questions are what the UI looks like for it. That's where the problems are. Missing protocol is not going to happen here. New media API, nope. As pastor conversation, nope. 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 That one's almost done. That's almost done. That's almost done. That's a bug that I have no idea how to fix. I have a couple shitty ideas, but they're not great. We're not getting the contact dialogue. I got to look at what's left in that. That'd be cool, but not going to happen yet. That's not going to happen yet. Topic changes would be events would be cool, but no. We'll leave that for a second. Contact completion is difficult for reasons I haven't gotten quite figured out yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. All right. We're going to move these all to scheduled version. I guess I could have just selected that from before, but that's fine. Yep, 3.0 level 2. Apply without notification. That's how you close tickets, by kicking them down the down the street. "37 issues updated. Why are you..." Like, I don't know why it didn't filter back down, but okay. But we want to add this to Alpha 2, or we want to make it an Alpha 2 one. And then we want to save this. I don't remember how to save a search. Maybe it's just under save searches? There we go. I need to clean this up some. Whatever, this is fine for now. Alright, so what do I actually still have here? A while ago, the notification manager started maintaining the account, or maintaining the notifications for accounts. So this shouldn't be necessary anymore. So now this is obsolete. Boom. Cool. This will be done as part of the new authentication API. We had a ticket for this, which I think is in experimental 2 or in alpha 2 now. God, that's going to take a while to get used to. Excuse me. $17,875. So so 17.875 declares all this stuff to the authentication API, and like you can read all this thing, but you want to skip all that and go down to the comments. Where so I fear most of this just isn't workable, at least from a user experience point of view. For example, if we're gathering all this data before a connection attempt is made, then there isn't any opportunity for the user to re-enter a password or MFA token. A simpler approach would be something like Purple Authentication API that would have gather credentials async, gather credentials finish, get MFA token async, blah, 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 and so on. Then protocols could just request those as necessary. And that's where we're going to be going. We're just not there yet. But, yeah. So, yep. 12, make purple request field choice. Pretty nifty. Purple request fields implement a glist model, blah, blah. Due to the duplication between this and purple request field list, it makes more sense to just hold on to a model, but that means we should probably provide some glist models for stuff like strings and ints. Which what else we need? Okay. We're going to move this to alpha 2. And the same with this one. I thought we were going to be able to close these or something. Yeah, okay. There's some ideas here, but we're not ready for them yet. Also, if we still need the request API, we need to make it better and make it use the modern async stuff, not the async crap we built a while ago. This should use the developer mode setting that exists now. Yes, it should. And I think we might have done some of this already, but I don't remember. Demo actions dot. What are these kitties doing over there? Is that Snickerdoodle? Hold on. One of the cats likes to growl at all the other cats, and she's sitting on the steps in the middle of where everybody likes to go. So, you know, in perfect spot to get annoyed all the time. Well, that don't stop her, and that's fine. Where's the... Oh, right. Get action menu. Where? Download protocol, get action group, get menu. Oh no, it's fine. Then we get the menu. Yeah. Settings equals purple core. Get settings back at, no. Don't we have a helper for this? Protocol chooser. Let's see. Okay. We just have purple core get developer mode. Even better. The purple core get developer mode, or if not this. I think we can return null here, but I'm not sure. Let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, I don't have stream chat working either. That's a big empty space, the big void above me is where chat is supposed to be, and that's broke at the moment. Okay, so I apparently have dev mode turned on, for better or worse. If I turn dev mode on, right, so we can see here, preference window gets annoying when you do that. It's the demo protocol, we have all this stuff here, right? So if I go here to preferences and go to development and turn off developer mode, and then go here to demolition again, it stayed. It did not update. Damn it. Okay. This is not as easy as I hoped it would be. That's fine. We're going to just punt on this and go from there. It's like there's a bit more to this as the menu that's returned. Yeah, crap. It's returned isn't called each time the menu is displayed. So that sucks, but it's all right. Okay. Ooh. All right, contact manager, SQLite database, cool. Contact info tags changed. I thought we did some of this. We'll have to check. Persist conversations in the conversation manager. A lot of this done. Scheduling tasks. The main thing that's left for scheduling task is persistence, I believe. Yeah. Oh, we really need to fix the present storage though. We're not going to do this in Alpha 1. Alright, so Alpha 1's tickets just got super triaged. In the metrics above me. Oh shit, we have to update that. Admin ABC123? Yeah. Alright. Okay. I don't know why this thing keeps fucking moving on me. Well, that's not right. There's maybe it hasn't updated in a while? No. A bunch of this stuff's gonna break. That's okay. I gotta fix it on the other side. Oh. I already put Alpha 1 in as that date. Alright, I just put alpha 2 in it anyways. Okay. Alright, so we do have alpha 1 open and closed. Let's put alpha 2 open and closed in. Okay. This is still wrong though. Like, P3 alpha 1. Like, I don't understand why that one looks alright and this one looks bad. P3 alpha 1 all. Like, there's no way there's 157 options here. Although that number just changed. Now it's saying 106. So there's 8 open. And only 8 close. What? Oh, it's because of this. How are there? All right, I guess there's just a lot of old tickets that were set for Alpha 1. And now there's only 8 more open. All right, whatever. Cool. Okay. There we go. All right. Yep. All right. So sort of logging into Zulip, credential provider for API handling locking. Actually, it's probably a branch. Backend people. That one we do need. What was this? Oh, it's 2 at Y. Everybody's so quiet tonight. What's going on? Oh, I know. It's Thursday nights. For whatever reason, Thursday nights are really dull. At least until it's Friday morning in Europe. All right. Contact or presence manager still has the nonsense, right? Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can't get through some of this real quick. So when we originally built the presence manager backend, we built it in a way that we thought we were going to use G settings for it. And it turns out that that's just not a great idea for us. So we need to stop that. And that's what this pull request is starting to do. One of the other things I want to get done for Alpha 1 although it's not really necessary per se, is to have all of the persistent stuff figured out, or at least the vast majority of it. We still have a number of things here. Holy Brown Empire says, I think you did better on a computer architect exam than you thought you would. Well, that's always good. You got one question, mostly not entirely correct. That was building an adder circuit from multiplexers, 1-bit adders. Huh. Yeah, I've never done any computer architecting or engineering, so good on you. Okay, so we get rid of the schema for this. It's fun but stressful. Yeah. Like I am total dog shit when it comes to electronics. Oh, actually, we're gonna look at this real quick. Flat pack run dash no bus, no session bus. im.pidgin.pidgin3g application app ID im.pidgin.pidgin3s. Oh, right. This didn't have accounts for some reason. It lost them. But we have Twitch here. Hold on. So we're going to try to take care of this real quick. Yeah, or not. Could not connect. No such file or directory. What? So I'm going to have to look at that off stream, and I keep forgetting about it. Until then, no Twitch chat above. Sorry. You like the way it makes you have to think? Very logical. Okay. Well, I can see that. Oh yeah, so the idea here, does any of this even work? Did we add unit tests for this? Was that the saved presences would be stored in the back end, and then the currently in use active presence would be stored in the settings. I'm not super set on that, but it seems to be the best case, I guess. Hey, wait, did I actually start building the new backend right away too? Oof. We might split that out of here. Oh, that still says EXP6 deadline. Lovely. Okay. Like, if we put all the SQL Lite stuff in here, this pull request is going to be fucking huge. Okay, we didn't. Okay. We're still 1,000 lines change, but that's okay. So does this work? I don't know why I would have stopped on it. Everything looks okay. Oh, is this doesn't work. Oh. No? Okay, so the search stuff doesn't work. I don't know if that worked before. Alright, so the offline ID is all zeros, the online ID is all, or is all Fs. Ugh. Yeah, so we got rid of path. We replace it with no, wait, what? Oh yeah, the back end. The G setting stuff goes away. It now has a back end. We don't care about the path stuff, any of that. That doesn't matter. We set the back end instead of the path where the files go. Add default offline. Add default available. We should just make a helper for that. Load presences callback. Grab the data. Luckily, the save presences are easy peasy when it comes to data structure. I mean, they got a bunch of properties, but they're way easier than some of the other stuff. Right, so when it was last used, how many times it's been used, the ID, the name, the primitive, the message, and then emoji for it. There's no other data structures, which is huge. Oh, is this why we needed? That might be why we needed the uint64 stuff. What release of Seagull was that in? Oh, did Discord finish? Yeah, okay, good. I'm already 8 problems deeper than where I started. I'm waiting on something to finish. Seagull 070. This has, yeah, N64s. Okay. Good, 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 good. Oh, Okay, so if we didn't get a list, we do that. Then okay, then we check for available and offline, and if not, then we add them. Okay, we're gonna rework that a little bit because that's a little redundant, but that's okay. Then we're saving the saved presence. Let's just go over here instead of looking at the diff. It looked like we had some stubbed code here. Oh, that's fine. This all looks like it's doing the right stuff. Yeah, this is kind of old at this point. Okay, that's fine. Good, good, good. That one all looks fine. Posture check and a hydrate. Oh, jeez, you're killing me here. Ugh. And a stress. You've got too many points, so we need to put a cooldown on how many times you can redeem channel points. And I do the program as stretch. Oh. Nothing's popping though. That's good. Just the upper body stretch. AKA the programmer stretch. Because we just sit at desks all damn day. all the damn day long. All right. Just tell Sublime to not be dumb. Thank you, Sublime. Purple Presence Manager, add default. Purple Presence Manager, comma. Counts car star ID, counts car star name, purple presence, primitive. Do. Yeah, we're already doing most of this work anyways. We didn't test build before this, but that's okay. 175. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit cleaner. Just a little bit. Oh. I scrolled way past it. It was 271. That's why we had these as these. Yeah. Well, that's silly. Damn it. Okay, yep. No need for it. So if we don't have a backend, we need to at least have the available and offline. And that's what that second call was for. So, it's okay. We set active index to 1. That's what it defaults to. We get the back end at startup. Okay, we have to set whatever the default is, and we should default to available. Where's that? No, we stored that. The problem is, like, I worked on this a long time ago, so I don't remember anything I did because it was so freaking long ago. Okay, okay, so we default to the online presence. Okay, good. So at startup, well, it's gonna be after we load. Okay, wait, purple present, no. Where's startup? Fuck. So we just went through this with all the other presence managers. And the problem is we need things to start up in a specific order. And this used to all be synchronous, so it didn't matter. But now it's all asynchronous, and it does matter. Yeah. Shit. All right. So the first things first. How are we doing this? Okay, yeah. So the startup method, it now returns a purple presence manager star. Do we put parameters on the other ones? Yeah. Purple core, star core, comma, G error, star error. The core that we're initializing for, or we'll just say the core. Error, out, nullable, a return address for a G error. So ask the UI what presence manager, no, that's not right anymore anyways. Backend should be used and create the manager using that backend. Create the default manager. Okay. We didn't put errors on the shutdowns, did we? I don't think we did. We started to. Alright, oh, might as well do it here too. We're going to be going through and doing this for all this stuff. Like, it's fine. It's just, it's going to be a lot of work to do it. That's the annoying part. And these might have to be synchronous as well. I don't know. We'll see. Now can you say hello? Yes, you can. Were you blocked by, like, too new of a account or something? Your account's kind of old. You've been following long enough. Why couldn't you say hi before? Do, 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 do. All right. Nope. Yeah. Well, like I was saying to everybody, apparently you didn't hear me. It was, if you think you should be able to talk, just ping me, and then I would give you a VIP. But Twitch should have told you that it was sub only, but or not. You don't understand C++ names as single stuff in so many different ways. L value, R values, reference. So L values and R values, you already know. You just apparently don't know that you know them. L value, R value, because it's on around an equal sign. Solved. And a reference is just like a pointer, but they're typically on the stack. Excuse me. But yeah, so here in March, I turned off the sub-only stuff. I'm hoping we weeded out enough of the, we'll just say trolls. And it gave me some time to, some time away from them while streaming. And that's why it was there. It was just to, if people wanted to annoy me, they had to pay, right? Unfortunately, there was collateral damage with that. And that's why I was trying to be liberal with the VIP badge. Const ampersand int val is the same as int ampersand val passed to a function in C++, what I know. No, that shouldn't... Huh? Well, in the second one, you're passing the address of a reference, which is different, I think. But yeah, I don't know. C++ is weird, and I try to avoid it because I just don't care for it. All right. I don't know why we didn't early return this, but... All right, so we get the back end. We clear the error, and then we return that with that. Weak pointer, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Right, but then we needed... Oh, shit. Okay, this is... Okay. We're going to do all this first. Then we're going to go back and do all the other stuff. Or can we? Can we even do that? No. Oh, shit. None of this makes sense. There's too much changing here at once is the problem. All right, so because now we have to add a signal to this as well. What do we start calling these? Backend loaded or something? Or loaded from backend? Account manager.c. Loaded from backend. Loaded from backend. And actually, let me just do this. I can just copy this directly. Well, I have to change the signal name, but yeah. That looks fine. Okay. And then in startup, after we create the thing, no. Did we add a load method to this? We must have. Oh, right, that went into the private API. Okay, yep. Same deal. All right. Private APIs over here. Presence manager, load from backend, purple. Presence manager. So if we have a presence manager, then we call load from or purple presence manager backend.h. Okay, we did name it load presences. Okay, that's fine. That's good. Otherwise, we just emit the signal because there's nothing for us to load. Okay, then we need this as a callback. Which actually, we'll just copy this one again. The wrong file. This is going to be identical except for some minor tweaks. That's why we're copying it. Okay. Load presences, callback. Presence manager. Presences. Oh, we've got to have something like, yeah. Yeah, we already have that. I don't know who's calling it right now, but we already have it. Oh, yeah, we called it in constructed. Which is not what we want to do. How do we do this in the account manager? And load from backend. Yeah, we just call it there. It's these damn default ones. Yeah, this is C. Well, let's do this for now. What? Oh, it's the, this guy. We have G-Air. We need the presence manager too. Too few arguments to this. Core.c. Presence manager equals core local air. Okay. We gotta rewire some of this, but it's alright. If local air, I'm in the wrong spot. Propagate air, error, local air, return false. Okay. But here we want to do the same idea. It's going to be G signal connect object, presence manager, loaded from backend. This is where the async stuff sucks, but it's all right. Presence manager loaded from back end callback. Account manager G connect default. Okay. Now we need to grab this line and grab this one. Put this. Oop, put that there. Give me this. Go to this. Move this up to here. Delete that. Change that. This is going to say data. Okay. You try to stick to standard C or use your compiler extensions. We use glib for everything. Glib is the library at the bottom of the GNOME stack. And it basically lets us do things regardless, right? It handles all the platform abstraction stuff for us, so we don't really have to care about compiler extensions or anything. It'll either use the compiler extension if it's there or do its own thing. Or whatever, you know, it'll have a stand-in for it kind of thing. So like you'll see all these, this G GNU C unused. If we're not under GNU C, GCC or something, or if it's under Clang or whatever, it'll just use the right macro for it. We don't have to care about it. What am I on to? Do you mean what am I working on? We're working on Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you've used it, maybe you used to use it, maybe you know by its old name, a game. Either way, that's what we are working on. I'm going to have to get some tea because this throat is just... Ugh. All right. So we cleaned up everything in core. Good, 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 good. 490 in presence manager. Are we not using air? No. Are we dying on those? Thanks, Postronic. Oh no, not load from back on, startup. All right, yeah, if we don't get it, we're propagating the error. Okay. Love to look into this. Well, it's been around a long time, so you've got plenty of time. Okay, yeah, looks like that's all we're doing. Sweet. I said locale error. Nice. All right, what else did I mess up here? Local air 499. Oh, we don't have local. Yeah, okay, that's a problem. Okay. Oh, yep, I need to fix that. Okay. Oh, right, that's supposed to have an error now. Oh, shit. Okay. No previous prototype for Purple Presence Manager load from backup. Right, because that's supposed to be in the private header file, and we did not add that yet. Account man private.h. We're just going to copy from here because we can. Okay, getting closer. Purple Presence Manager backend load presences async 526. That's wrong file. Oh, is it load saved presences? It might be load saved presences. It is. Okay, Purple Presence Manager load saved presences callback. Did you mean manager backend load saved presences? Purple Presence Manager backend load saved presences callback. Did you mean Purple Manager backend load saved presences? Don't really necessarily need the back end of the name, but that's fine. 514. You want FP2 F? Okay, sure, whatever. There's VODs on the channel too, so. But you know, whatever works for you, don't matter. I do dual stream on Twitch and YouTube, so there's stuff there too. All right, so this is roughly here. Okay, what do we fail in the docs? Symbol purple press loaded from backend unknown is not documented. That's the signal, and it should have been documented. I spelled backend wrong. Oh, why don't we do that? I'm not sure how we're going to set the default presence or the active presence yet. I think it would be easy, but yep. Okay, so anyways, we're caught back up to the modern stuff that we're doing. Yay. So when add a presence, we save it. Oh god, there's so much missing here. I didn't start a branch for the actual back end, did I? I don't think I did. No. Because the problem is we're likely to have bugs until I actually have a back end that we can actually test. But that obviously complicates things. Pizza Pie, we predate Beeper by a lot. So Pidgin was originally named Game, and it was started in 1998. So the more apropos question is, doesn't Beeper already do what Pidgin does? But more specifically, Beeper puts everything onto Matrix. We don't do that, right? You connect from your machine to all the different chat networks directly through Pidgin. You don't need to have a million different Matrix bridges to work, which is how Beeper works. So hopefully that answers your question. And regardless, it's good to have choices. Striving for the one true and only way to do something is, what's the damn word? Like a eugenicist point of view. And that's not cool. Do we want to do all the backend stuff for like we need the backend for this anyways? Like we can easily split it to a separate pull request. This stuff doesn't need to be buried on top of each other or anything. All right, well, let's do this. Oh, and also, if you want to talk about other multi-protocol clients, there was Adium is mostly dead, Trillion's still around, Miranda's still around, Telepathy is mostly dead, and Copete, I don't know what's going on there. Did I say Copete already? Miranda was Windows, Trillion was Windows, Game/Pidgin was everywhere, Adium was Mac only, and then Copete was Linux. Oh, then Empathy was only Linux because it was all dbus related. Well, Linux and Unix. It was all based on dbus. So there's 6 that all predate Beeper. But, you know, whatever. Everybody just give up because somebody else did it now. We'll just write it with a Claude bot or whatever the hell it's called. I keep reaching for water. I gotta go get water here soon. You've clarified that, given that it doesn't use matrix connections, will it eventually be possible to connect? So iMessage is difficult. Instagram, somebody needs to write. Discord already works. And Discord should work on Beeper already too. Unless that broke, because I wrote that bridge a long time ago. Although I think they moved to a new one. Is this the one I built? Hey, look, it's me. So Beeper can connect to Matrix, or can connect to Discord, because I literally wrote the bridge. Like, this isn't a matter of like, hey, look, I made that. It is literally, I made this, and then they paid me to do it, and then Talor finished it off. Snapchat, there, so... our webpage is busted at the moment, but so no one's ever written a Snapchat protocol plugin as far as I know, but there's a whole list of stuff over here. I don't think this works, but it might. Does this work? No. The page got broke when we changed it recently, so it doesn't necessarily... there were supposed to be filters and stuff, but that stuff doesn't work right now. But if you just search for protocol, Amazon Chime, BattleNet Classic, BattleNet V2, Campfire, ChatGPT, Delta Chat, Discord, Docker, Flist, Facebook, the Facebook plugins in weird state right now. Gamu, Google Chat, GroupMe, Hangouts is dead though. Heroes of North, I don't know if that is a thing or what. Internet Citizens Band, JRC, Line, Matrix. The Matrix plugin sucks. It hasn't been updated and maintained in a long time. Mattermost, I think, is up to date. I'm not positive. Meshtastic, Microblog, that's for Twitter, Identica, and Laconia, although Twitter doesn't work anymore, obviously, because they killed the stuff. MSN Pecan for MSN, Mumble, Nadon, Nate Nexus, NetSoul, Ning, OkCupid, that's broke last I knew, Omegle, Twitter also probably broke, and then, yeah, oh, we're still going, PubNub, Pulse SMS, Purple, Feed for RSS, Pushbook, whatever, you get the, it's there, like, we go back to 1998, we are 28 years old, we have support for tons of stuff, although the new version we're working on, none of this works, but we're getting there. Oh, Rocket Chat was the one I was working on for Ian. If you're on a Linux distro, you might want to look at the Flatpak, because so Pidgin 2 is still GTK 2. We're trying to get Pidgin 3 out the door. It's GTK 4, but there's a lot of stuff to do. But we've since added retro plugins, and we're adding other plugins and stuff to this. If you're on Linux, you can just install the Flatpak. If you're not, we'll figure something out. But like any time we take away from Pidgin 3 sucks, because it just makes Pidgin 3 take longer to come out. So yeah. So yeah. But no, like, so Beeper has a lot of stuff too, like the Matrix bridges, right? Discord, Signal, Metas for Facebook and Instagram, I believe. Oh, they did do a Twitter bridge now. Interesting. I guess it's Telegram, WhatsApp, Slack, Google Messages. Tellure built this library called libmatrix that does that makes stuff pretty simple. Oh, they got a Blue Sky too, LinkedIn. Oh, they got a Zulip too. Interesting. When did they start the Zulip? Did they start it when I announced that we're going to do a Zulip protocol plugin? No, it's before that. Okay. But there's only 11 commits. And October 2nd. So, yeah. So the problem with Pidgin as it stands in Pidgin 2 is because it goes back to 1998, the world of chat was very different back then. And underneath Pidgin, we have a library called libpurple, which is where we abstract out all the different chat networks as well as the user interfaces. And one of the problems is because everything dates back to 1998, we have silly issues like when a message comes in, the protocols will determine that it came from the user with this username and that the message had this text content. That then gets passed on to the logger, which will log it to the local disk, and then it gets passed to the user interface for to display. You will notice I did not say that there are any sort of identifiers for users or messages, which means here on YouTube, you can change your username whenever you want, generally speaking, and everything will keep working because your username is just something to display on top of, or instead of your user ID. Likewise, your message for somebody to add a reaction or to delete it because, you know, you've been misbehaving or something, or to pin it or whatever, all of that, the message needs to have an ID. We can't add any of that to Purple 2 without breaking what you call ABI or API, or well, both of them. And because of that, we basically have to rewrite the entire backend anyways to handle that kind of stuff, right? So at the core of it, we need that stuff to add features like reactions, redactions, replies, threads, pins, and so on, right? So what we have been doing for the past forever has been trying to keep the spirit of libpurple alive, but making it support modern chat stuff. And that's what we have been doing. And it's just, everything has kind of dominoed down And we're finally getting to a point where we actually have enough where you can actually talk on stuff and stuff works. We don't have everything done or in place yet, but we're getting there. So, yeah. It's a few themes for Beeper at least before they updated the app. You haven't updated the desktop version a long while. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never actually used Beeper. They contracted me to build some bridges and stuff, but I was just talking to it with like Element and stuff. So I've never actually used Beeper. They were supposed to give me a key at some point, and they never did. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so all of these bridges that Talur has here for under the Monstrix project, these will all work with Beeper. Now, whether or not they show up in the Beeper user interface is a whole other story. So, all right, but we got an ad starting on Twitch here, and I need to use the restroom, get water, and I'm going to grab some tea because my throat keeps getting gross. So I will be back in a few minutes. All right. Sorry, the kettle took too long. Yes, we are modernizing Pidgin. We are trying to make it work. Our goal is to... So, historically, you've never gotten a great experience on like proprietary protocols in Pidgin, just because of the way things were built, stuff like that, right? I'm trying to fix that. I'm trying to give you at least a reasonable experience on everything, if that makes sense. All right, what are we doing here? We committed what we had. We're gonna quickly try to knock out the back end for these guys. It's funny, I almost made oolong tea and I was like, it is 11, it's almost midnight. I should not be drinking caffeine at midnight. And then the bonus is green tea does not need to be nearly as hot as oolong. So that helps. Alright, I grabbed a cookie too. Super expired cookie, but they're still good. Mm. Where did this come from? Are those public? They're not on a branch. These just aren't used anywhere? Because we don't have a Seagull Presence Manager backend. Or we didn't create one, did we? Maybe we already did this. We must have, and like we're not actually using it? Well, that'll make things much more fucking simple to do. Yeah, look at that. Okay. We already did it. Nice. Okay, so to test this and make sure I got all the bugs and everything, but apparently we should have unit tests for this. Test presence manager Seagull back. Look at this. Fucking hell. Nice. Oh, we don't have the use count in here because we didn't have the int64 field yet. Okay, that's fine. So we'll have to fix that. That's okay. But we're gonna get going with this, and then we'll remember to come back. Well, hopefully remember to come back with that. We already did all this. Lovely. All right. All the stuff I'm thinking we're going to have to do to make sure we can make sure this all works right. And it's already here. All right. So we should already have this directory and everything. From schema. Okay, yep. What we're going to do is we're just going to copy the ones I had. Yep. Just an additional one. Insert into saved presences. ID, name, primitive message and emoji values. Like I said, the old way we used to serialize this did not work well. It didn't scale well. So trying to fix all that here. Next we got name, and I named this dead. Yep. Primitive is away. Do we store? No, we don't store enums as the string. That would be nifty, but we don't do it that way. I think away is 0. No. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's one of the only problems with the way this is set up right now. But even then, that's not so bad. Okay, cool. So that actually means we're a lot closer to being done with this than I thought I was. Which is good. The more shit we can knock out, the better. Huh. Okay. Why didn't we actually load anything? Oh. We probably didn't load. We didn't load any accounts either, but I didn't notice. Because the whole thing is being driven by... So that line where we deleted the load accounts, we need to load the saved presences first. We want to load the saved presences first, so that when the accounts come online, everything comes online, we can tell it to apply. And then we're good to go. What do we have here before? Do we have an error here? No, okay. We just, yep. So the account manager startup does... Oh, no, I missed a semicolon. Like, what the hell? Okay. So, it obviously sucks, but it's all right. So, okay, we didn't fail. Okay, good. Load save presences callback 163 purple presence manager. What line did I say? 163. What? Yep, that'll do it. This code is just wrong. Okay. That code was just way wrong. I don't know what the hell happened there, but something did. Again, I wrote this stuff a long time ago, so I don't know. Oh, actually, we can check the O log and see when it actually changed. Like, when did I write this code? Back in December, looks like. So not a whole long time ago, but long enough. Cool. So now we loaded everything right. We don't actually have a presence manager yet, so we can't test that part. Like you can only edit presences by changing them in the backend right now. There's no UI for it. Obviously we need to do that, but it just doesn't exist yet. So now we just really need to get the active state set. Sure, we should probably do this in general. We could just do it from the ID. With everything loaded, grab the active ID and make it. And from settings and set it. Oh. Oh, I was like, we should be doing the list model stuff, but we don't need to because this is just loading stuff into the list model stuff that then does it. Yeah, this is just going to be a little bit much, but it's probably okay. So we have a helper for this. It's like purple core get settings something. Yeah, so we call new settings. Oh, and we just give it the schema ID. Okay, cool. Right, new settings. Yep. Then what is our schema ID? idle. Presence manager. Yeah, and then we can just do G. Are we doing this already? No, we're not doing this yet. Okay. What are you running from, Saint Nika? Yeah, let's bind this. G settings, bind. I don't remember how this goes. Do I have manuals open? I do on 6. Just bind. This was working before, so this should be okay. Oh wait, did we have transform funks? We might have. G settings, bind. Oh, we did active to active index. Oh boy. Okay, that's fine. So we're gonna want to pull out this code. Yeah, this is dumb because this should have been beef. Whatever, it's fine. We don't still have the manager schema. No, okay, we should put the manager schema ID back in. How did that not line? Whatever. Did we just name it manager? Yeah, we did. Actually, let's rename it. Purple Presence Manager Schema ID. Oh, son of a bitch. I think that already made it past code review once or twice, but maybe not. We're gonna die on functions we don't have yet. That's okay. Why do we... That's wrong. Yeah, we don't need the settings object anymore. Alright, but we gotta grab these helper functions. Oh, we got more of those. 170. Beware the managers. Alright. Where are the mapping functions that I deleted apparently too early? Get active index mapping. And this is annoying. Would have been easier to just go to the last ref. Okay, that's at least the end of the function. Okay. Delete the diff column, and then I gotta reflow everything, and then we'll be happy. Okay, so this gets the presence manager out of the data. It looks for, or it's got the save presence. We get the idea of the same save presence from the settings. That's where the G variant comes in. Then we try to find it with the ID, and we grab the index, and then we set the G value to the index, and we turn true. Otherwise, or if we found it, then otherwise return false. Okay, cool. That's the index mapping. Set active index mapping we need now. Now, clearly we already wrote all this, and then I deleted it because I didn't think we were going to need it, and I was dumb because I hadn't decided where we were going to store what the active settings was. This might change in the future, too. Because, like, for all intents and purposes, we could put it in the back end. It seemed, like, right now, having a single presence as the active to, like, have a database table for one thing seems silly. But if we want to start getting crazy with presences later, it would make sense because we'd have more stuff in the database then. But right now, this is a quick way to do this. So we just are going that route because it's supposed to be fast. Ha 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 ha. We all know how that goes. Oh yeah, it'll be real quick. And then, you know, hours later, fuck. Still not done. Okay, in theory, we build and we will work. If we're lucky. And if that's all we needed, that is awesome. Cool. Loaded save presence. These shouldn't... we got to check why that's happening, because those should be here. They should be loaded already. So Pidgin 3.ini, we should have... Okay, I guess it's just set to available. When I set this to dead... Cool. So now we got the active presence there, right? And likewise, we can watch this because we bound that property. If I change this to... Yeah. Because property's bound and G settings will watch the files and stuff. So we can change it in the file and it'll just trigger. Which is awesome. Now, the database isn't going to do any of that, but that's fine. It's going all right, Dan. How about yourself? How are you? Yeah, so it said we loaded 3 and then it added the defaults anyways. Or it didn't add them, but it said it added them, right? Not offline found, and ID equals that, then offline found is true. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, okay, yeah, give us that, and then we want to say... Like, are we resetting this somehow? No, it doesn't look like it. They just started here, but looking good so far, and it's Friday, so can't complain. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I thought I was going to have to go into the office tomorrow, and I don't. So that's a good start for my Friday. Wait, what? I'm looking in the wrong spot. This code's fine. The problem is in the constructor where it loads the defaults. Wait. Hold on. We still don't have accounts loaded. Because I missed something silly. Yep. No accounts. But we have accounts. We have accounts. The problem is I never told them that we loaded. Right, so at this point we're supposed to emit loaded from backend signal. Now we'll have accounts. All of a sudden I'm like, whoa, wait, I didn't put this in here, did I? Nedbog, thank you for the $5 to Instant Messaging Freedom. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, now we got our accounts. We got our status. Nice. So we want to deal with the extra stuff. So the problem here is mostly in the unit tests. It's going all right. Going pretty good. We're trying to figure out exactly what we need to do for Alpha 1, because the next release is going to be Alpha 1. I wrote a blog post on, well, not really a blog post. I wrote an article, I guess is the right way to say it, on Discourse here, explaining our development phases. And our next release is going to be Alpha 1, because we are confident that the protocol APIs are stable enough that we are not going to completely rug pull anybody who starts developing protocols. Now, the user interface, all bets are off. And anything that doesn't exist yet, all bets are off. Like, we're still not guaranteeing any API or ABI, but we think we're at a point where, yeah, okay, you're not going to have to, like, we're not going to completely rug pull. You're not going to have to redesign anything. You might have to make tweaks because we realize we should have passed an error somewhere or something like that, right? These are all things that are still there, and that's going to be in the Alpha 1 release notes. But with the account settings done and everything else there, I'm pretty confident we've got it all. But this is still going to be like, if you want to wait to Alpha 2, I totally understand. But this is where we are. But like, so after Alpha, so when the alphas get to a stable point and we start looking at betas, the transition from alpha to beta is going to be that we think the UI, the user interface APIs are stabilizing. And then when we think the UI is good and the APIs are stabilized, we're going to go to release candidates, right? And then release candidates will have some time, and then we'll get to general release. It's understandable. Alpha stage may introduce, yeah. Right. Well, so that's the thing, and this is what the article says, is the experimental versions where all bets are off. We make no guarantees, right? Like, you might have to completely rewrite your protocol plugin, or you might have to completely rewrite anything you've written against Purple 3. Alpha 1 is like, we might break you, but we're going to try our best not to. Specifically for protocols. Like UIs and stuff, that's still, all bets are off. Like, but we're saying that in Alpha 1, the protocol APIs, we're going to do our best not to break you. But everything else, everything's a free-for-all yet. When we were trying to catch up on this much behind development stuff, it's, you know, it's what you got to do. Okay, so the presence manager here fails because it's looking for the defaults to load. If we just don't do this part, we might be okay. But what we could also do is, I think we can fix this with the purple account, not account, presence manager backend.c. If we add a default implementation, for load, we would fix this problem. Yeah, I think this is what we're gonna do. Load, save, purple presence manager backend default load saved presences. Oh, async. Right, so this simplifies this whole thing because we don't need the constructed object anymore. And the well, this is, oh shit, this doesn't work because we don't have a default backend. Okay, nope, I got a way to do this. This is fine. This is fine. So it's still in the presence manager. When we do set. Okay, it's construct only, which means this should get called regardless. So we should get called with null. We'll verify that real quick, but set backend. yeah, I didn't get rid of that. Okay, cool. Right, so we got called with null at construction, which is good. So what we're gonna do is, if we get called with null, we're still gonna leave the code in there to add, if your backend for whatever reason didn't restore available and offline, which we always need those, then we'll add them back. But if we don't have a backend, which is the case we're at here, then we'll go ahead and add them in. If manager if not, purple is is presence manager. Our presence manager backend. Then, yeah. So we need to scooch this down underneath these two. Then we say add default offline manager, add default available manager. So now the unit test should pass. Oh, it didn't. Oh, because I still have the warning in here. A G warning will force your unit test to fail. Cool. Why did we get called 4 times? Oh, it might be from both of the tests. We'll verify that in a second here. Oh, they just responded back. What the hell? Okay, good. They finally got back to me. We're working with a local nonprofit for feral cats, and they finally realized that they needed to ask me more info. All right. Excuse me. Oh, so I'm gonna do. This is, which test is this? I guess this is presence manager. Oh, this is just presence manager. Okay. What I want to do is I just want to disable this test for a second. And then see if we get 2 or 4. Oh, I didn't mean to run turtles, but okay. Okay. So we got, okay. So we got 2 from one of them, 2 from the other one. Right, so if I move this here and move this here, we're still going to see 2 messages. We're just seeing it from each of the unit tests. Just the output's getting weird because it's doing both tests at once. Right, that's what I was trying to verify. Right, cool. All right, I think we're done. Finally. No, we ran turtles and turtles was fine. Sweet, no leaks. Awesome. All right, do we have an issue for this before I start doing this? No. Ugh. gonna be so nice when like I can stop using Pidgin 2 as well. Like, so for some of the flat pack stuff, we've been making changes to Pidgin 2, and oh man, that whole development process. Ugh, I forgot how bad it was, or how ugly it was. So this is mostly purple. There's a little bit of Pidgin in here. What oh yeah, I can't jump there yet. Oh yeah, it's the UI change stuff. All right, I'm pretty confident in this because we've done a bunch of messing around with it. Okay, and we did bump that up to 8 instead. Mm-hmm. Oh, there might be more in here I have to worry about. Or maybe not, because it looks like we deleted all of it. Yay! So the way this used to work was we used to create a portable settings object. I think that's what they call them. And each save precedence would have its own settings object that it was bound to, which would then write it to a key file. And that's how we were storing them. And like that it doesn't scale, and it's a pain in the ass. And the whole API had to be worked around to make that. And that was before we came up with the background or with the back end API methods and stuff like that. So now this is where we are. So yeah, so we had to bind settings, set last used mapping. All that's should all be taken care of. Oh, we didn't update the int64, the use count. Remember I said we need to do that, and yeah. Thought I only used 3 by now. Yeah, so like there's no XMPP in Pidgin 3, so I have to use Pidgin 2 for XMPP, and then there's a bunch of connection issues I need to figure out with IRC, where like it doesn't detect disconnections and we don't have auto reconnect and stuff. So I have Pidgin 2 on in the Pidgin room for Pidgin 2, or I have Pidgin 2 on in the Pidgin IRC room as well. So I don't miss anybody looking for me, stuff like that. But I try to only use Pidgin 3, but you know, I've got a backup. So, but I do primarily use Pidgin 3 for everything, or for all the IRC stuff that I can. And then soon Zulip, which we're getting closer and closer on, which I need to just sit down and do. But yeah. But like this kind of stuff is more important, I think, for the third-party protocol developers. Because they're going to expect this stuff to work. Whereas like the Zulip protocol, we're not going to have a whole lot of users using it right now. But by me working on additional protocol plugins, it's helping me find the issues that the third-party protocol plugin developers would. And if I can find their issues before they find them, they will have a better experience. And that's the goal, right? Because the better developer experience there is, the more likely they are to work on more stuff and be around and stuff, right? Which helps us in the long run, because then we get more people using it and stuff like that. So the first thing is get developers making plugins, because that is a direct line of getting people to give us code and then becoming contributors, which has been a major breakage in our pipeline lately, right? Like, it's amazing that Ian Robb writes as many protocol plugins as he does, but he is time poor. And since he writes all these protocol plugins, nobody else writes them. So then we lose that chain, or we lose that channel, right? And I'm not complaining, but it's just like, oh, yeah, that kind of sucks, right? It is what it is. So, all right. So we have to update the SQL for those columns, which I forgot about, because of course I did. All right. Okay, we didn't put it in with like a weird name or anything. Fine. Sure. New file. Save. 03. int64.sql. I think int64 is all we're missing, but let's double check. Docs, I am freedom.org, purple 3, saved presence. All right, so we've got ID name. Hold on, let me just go this way. I'm looking at the search results instead of properties. Okay, emoji, ID, last used, message, name, primitive, settings is going away, and then use count. Okay, yep. So we just have to do add the use count column now that Seagull supports int64s. Alter table, save presences, add column. I'm forgetting the syntax exactly. I don't remember if that goes in parens or not. Okay, nope. Because you can only do one column at a time. Add a column, use count. Use count, integer. Default 0. Okay. We have to update the other stuff real quick too, but let's get the Seagull back, or present Seagull backend. Let's see. Oh, we should add the unit test to do this too. Actually, we'll do this as a separate pull request, right? Because this is all tied to the Seagull backend. This is not tied to the main stuff, so that's fine. Right? For all intents and purposes, all this works, and the Seagull stuff is just on top of it. So, all right, cool. We're looking at Zulip, and kind of looks more like a Team Slack replacement than Discord to me. Yeah, so one of the reasons we started with, or we decided that we're going to add Zulip and everything is, so Ivanhoe started using it because of a game he plays moved from Discord to it. I've known about Zulip for a while and stuff, but I haven't really looked at it much or anything. But then all the Discord age verification stuff started coming out, and it was just like, well, or no. So I started looking at Zulip and was like, you know what, we should do this as our next protocol plugin because it's open source. It has an easy spec. It's just a JSON REST API. Sorry, I'm grabbing another candle, another tea light. I bought like 100 tea lights for Halloween a couple years ago, and I totally forgot about them. So now I'm just, yeah, like as I'm sitting here programming, I have some candles lit because it helps, I don't know, keep me calm, stuff like that. I don't know, call it whatever you will. But anyways, so I'm slowly burning through these. But anyways, so I started looking at Zulip and I was like, yeah, it's open. So like, one of the problems is I wanted to have 2 protocols by the time we got to Alpha 1, or 2 usable protocols, right? So we have the demo protocol plugin, but you don't really do anything with that, right? And IRC works technically, but it's got a lot of bugs that we have to sort out. But I wanted to get another protocol that we could have that could work, right? So like we tried to do this with SIP. We tried to do this with XMPP. I want to say there's another one in there. I can't remember, but like, we have Spasm as well, but that's specifically supposed to be a third-party protocol plugin, or an out-of-tree protocol plugin, because there's no proprietary protocols in the main code base, right? So we need another open source, open spec protocol. Zulip is open source, and they're open spec, whatever, and they are just a JSON REST API. That is way easier to implement than XMPP, right? We were trying to get Bonjour to work too, or link local messaging, but that's also based on the XMPP. And right, so like to get a second protocol was, what are we going to do, right? And then I started looking at Zulip because Ivanhoe mentioned it, and then we decided to do it. And then the next day, Discord drops, literally the next day, Discord drops their stuff about ID verification stuff. Wow, I was way off. And it was like, well, I guess we're going to close Discord and we'll just we'll create our own Zulip server and make it official. Because like the Discord server was never a quote unquote official support channel or anything, but we are saying that for Zulip now. And we're slowly scaling down the Discord server. So like it's gonna go away eventually. When, I don't know. But we'll probably keep it around. Like I've hidden all the invite codes and everything because like there's like 800 people in there and like nobody talks. So it's just a giant idling place. I mean, there's been some activity. It's funny. There tends to be more activity when I don't talk. Just anecdotal observation. But yeah, I don't know. And Zulip started out strong when people were playing around with it. Now it's kind of quiet again, but whatever. It is what it is. But so we do have a Zulip up at IamFreedom. I'll just do it this way. Oh, whatever. I can do it this way. Derp. Huh? Why did my message fail to send? Okay, whatever. But so we do have a Zulip server up. It is sponsored by Zulip. So we have the first paid tier or whatever, but we get it for free because we're open source nonprofit, blah, blah, blah. So all you got to do is just hit sign up. You pop in an email address and shit, and it should just let you in. And technically speaking, for the Zulip code, I have a branch that does do logins, but it's not. It's mostly Happy Path right now, and I made a stupid mistake in the code I have to fix too. The stupid mistake is when you do the login, you authenticate with your username and password to an endpoint to get an API key, and then for some stupid reason, I set the basic HTTP basic auth as the API key using the username and password rather than the API key. So I got to go back and fix that, and yeah. But like this add virtual functions to the UI class for getting versions. One of the things here is it adds a function to the UI so the user interfaces can specify a user agent. And I want to update Zulip to do this right away, and then Spasm has to do it and stuff like that. But this way, the user agent or the libpurple user interface, which could be Pidgin, Game3, Adium, whatever, right? They can set their user agent, and then all the protocols will pretend to be it. So you won't just see like purple Facebook connected anymore. You'll see, you know, Adium connected. And I was going to go and try to put the operating system and stuff in, but we'll come back to that later. I'm not super worried about it by default right now, but one of the things I want to do, at least in Pidgin, and maybe Game, we'll see, is give the user the ability to decide what goes into the user agent string. And I also want to add the option to randomize the user agent string so that like you can pretend, or so like you can even, or to set a custom or to randomize it. So like you could pretend to be any XMPP client, right? And just start cycling through XMPP clients as potential ones, and so on, right? And that would help you protect your privacy, because people would be like, what the hell? Who the hell is using AIM5? I mean, maybe that would make it more obvious too. I don't know. But that's the idea. And then maybe you just don't have a user agent, you just don't set it, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff there, and that's what that pull request is for. All right, so anyways, let's finish fixing this int64 thing here. All right, so we got that. We want to go to, we're right here, migrations 03 int64 SQL. I guess we'll just let's rename this use count. All right, present Seagull backend. Do you have to need to save presence? How many pieces of flare does Michael need? Is it? It's not 37, is it? Office space pieces of flare. Oh, it's not Michael. It's what's her name? Joanna. There we go. Okay, it is 37. Which came out first? Office Space or Clerks? Where did that? Oh, Office Space is 99. Clerks is before that. Was that a tip of the hat from Mike Judge to Kevin Smith? Int 60. What is this thing? We've got it someplace. I have to say that it's a int 64 content or int 64 constant. There we go. I'm like, I know we're using this somewhere. Because otherwise it's going to treat it as a 32-bit int because that's the default int, but we need it to be 64-bit. Okay. Oh, we don't check all the properties? I don't know if this actually does this. Saved presence. Oh, this does check everything. All right. Well. So. Oh, yep. Okay, that's the first problem. Nope, not G schema. What? It's like G resources? Yeah. Account manager, presence manager, Seagull back, and migrations. 03 use counts. All right, yep. So it's failing because it doesn't know to load this thing, which is fine. So we should just be able to fix that in our statements. This is why we built Seagull the way we did. So insert here, we need to say use count equals colon use count. Use count. And then query properties. Syntax error. What did I mess up? Didn't fix the errors on this either. Because I don't know what statement this is. It's the problem. Or not the test. Close this. Presence manager, Seagull backend. All right, so what we were trying to do here is it propagate prefixed error? Yeah. So we can propagate the error so we can say what file we were actually in. Because otherwise we just get the database error and that doesn't help us. Right. Yeah, so if we fail to create the database, we don't care. Run the migrations, that's fine. But as we start building the statements, this is where it comes from. So propagate prefixed error. And then the form, okay. There's no like prefixed error lit. Yeah, okay. So we can say insert properties. Propagate prefixed error. Obviously, this is something we ran across and was like, oh yeah, we need to do this. Like, because this is a pain in the ass. There's no way to handle this otherwise. I think I did printf debugging to find and fix the problems. I'm just like, oh, okay, sure. Okay, so now the error we got back is query properties, failed to prepare statement, near use count, syntax error, blah, blah, blah. All right, so now I know I can go look at, I guess I could have done that from the line number, but yeah. So you just got your new work PC and you're trying to set up with Linux as a Windows dev. It is going to be a journey. Just can't stay on Windows anymore. Yeah, that was me 23 years ago. I was done with Windows. So I don't know how long you've been around, but for people that haven't been around a long time, back in the day, if you wanted your computer to run well, about every 6 months, you would just completely wipe Windows and reinstall it. Because it would build up cruft in like the registry and all sorts of other stuff, and shit would just get slow and would get unbearable. So if you didn't completely start over every 6 months, it sucked, right? I mean, obviously you can give or take and whatever, but so back in 2003, I was at one of those points, and I'd heard a lot about Knoppix, and I'd been running Linux servers for a while, and I was like, well, let's try Knoppix and see if my hardware works. And my HP Pavilion Pentium 4 with Rambus RAM, everything worked. So I installed Debian. And I have never ran Windows on my main workstation since. And it has been amazing. Presence, Siegel, query, properties. Oh, look at that. I missed a comma. All right, and why did we fail everything? Found object property use count for parameter use count, which is unknown type guint64. Did we not handle guint? Did we just handle gint64? Siegel statement dot c g type int. Son of a bitch. Gen X, but only used PCs for gaming up until 2000. Yeah. You know, everyone's on there's own journey, right? There's no need to explain or anything. It's fine, right? Oh, but I knew this before you. Oh, that makes me bet. No, shut up. I hate that mindset so much, right? Being oldish, you remember? Only issue was Win modems. Oh yeah, for moving to Linux. Yeah. Luckily, I never had a Win modem. And actually, in 2003, I was already on cable internet, so Win modem didn't affect me. But yeah, I know a lot of people that got stuck on Windows because of stupid Win modems. And you're just like, it sucks. All right, so I guess we're gonna go fix Siegel. Technically, this isn't an API break for Siegel. It's weird, but it's not. Is this all the Flatpak shit? What is this? I'm in the Pidgin directory. Oh, this is this is Facebook. What was 5 then? Oh, this is the Pidgin 2 stuff. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, so for 5 here. But yeah, the hardware issues back in the day were real, and now like, so even back in like, I don't know, it had to be 2016 or so. I had Bluetooth headphones working on Linux, and like they would fall back to the normal default speakers and shit, and people were like, huh? And now like running Linux is just boring, but like in a good way. Like the amount of stuff I have to do to like make shit work is minimal, which is amazing. Because like I've told this story before, but so like before I ran Linux on the desktop, I was running on servers and also on my laptop. But like I didn't really know what I was doing with the laptop. I spent a lot of time fucking around with it on the laptop, shit like that. So back in the day, I had a Prism 54G. I think it was a Linksys card. I don't remember. PCMCIA 802.11b Wi-Fi card. And at the time, at least on Debian, the driver wasn't in the kernel, and the driver needed a newer version of the PCMCIA stack than what was in the kernel. So to make it work, and this is on a Pentium 166 laptop, 166 megahertz, I had to recompile the kernel without PCMCIA. Then I could compile the newer version of PCMCIA. Then I could compile the driver. Then my Wi-Fi would work. I don't wish that hell on anybody, and now we're not there anymore. And it's just absolutely amazing that we're not there anymore. So, your day job is Delphi development, so you must have Windows for that. But though I just remote into the old one and maybe set up a VM for it. Yeah, there you go. Is Kylix still around? I think we've talked about this. I don't remember. Kylix, Delphi. Because this all had VLC and everything. I don't know if you're still doing any of that. Okay, they discontinued in 2005. So, yeah. Yeah, Linux has taken super huge steps the last years, even on top of everything else, too. But, so another funny story about Borland Kylix, which you all may know as well, maybe not. Is this going to get me there? No. Nope. All right, so let's try TCG. So way back in the day, when I played a Magic. Oh yeah, that's right. This is still around, kind of. There we go. When I moved to Linux, I was playing Magic all the time. And I was using Apprentice to play with friends online, stuff like that. Apprentice is a real basic. It gives you the ability to move cards and tap them and stuff, but it doesn't actually have any of the rules in place. So it's like you're playing in real life, just on a computer screen. Anyways, when I moved to Linux, I wanted something that worked, and nothing worked. And this is written in Delphi. And I got a hold of the developer whose name I can't think of right now. It should be right here. His online, Ryan Davis. His online handle was NeoShroom. And he was working on a 2.0 branch, and I was working with him on it. But like I ran into stupid issues trying to get Kylix running on newer Linux than it had, and blah, 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 all this other crap. So like I never actually got it working because I got stuck with that. But like we also ran into other problems, because like when it would download the card graphics from Oracle, right? Something like that. He had the code just saving them to individual files, which is fine on Windows at the time because Windows block size was 512 bytes, but on Linux, on Extended 2 or Extended 3 at the time, the block size was 4K. So when you download, 10,000 images, all of a sudden that's 400 megs or whatever, and you're just like, we need to not do this way. And other stuff like that. I think I still have this code somewhere. I'd have to dig. Actually, let me check real quick. Maybe could be in a C. Oh, yep. Okay. Oh. So it's in a CVS root. Oh, no! It's empty. Do I have it elsewhere? Maybe we put it in Subversion? Oh. Yeah. So I still have the source code. Let's see. Do I have Subversion here? You've been trying out Lazarus on Linux? That's not that bad. It's a new opportunity to learn a new language, so I've been looking into Odin. Ah, cool. More streaking? There you go. And Icarus, I mean, your rip was well timed. I found a CVS root I thought had something, but didn't. SVN checkout file // shit, what was that path? NAS backup random sickle 2 SVN apprentice. Oh no. Oh, that'll fix it. Nope. Fuck. I'm gonna need an old ass version of Subversion to open this up, but maybe we'll do that on another stream. I don't even know if I have Ryan's contact info anymore, because the last contact I had with him was AIM. I suppose I could like put that. Well, no, I'm like I could put it on archive.org, and I shouldn't because technically it's not open source. It's not even technically. It's not open source. But yeah. So this is what Apprentice looked like if anybody. So you get cards here, whatever. Why are the screenshots so weird? Right. So then you'd have your cards. You can tap them and whatever, and then okay, block him with this, whatever. Right. So. But yeah, it worked well. And good morning to Gramic. Welcome. How are you? And SWK has to put some clothes on. He is a streak fanatic. 7 streaks in a row. Not sure how you haven't gotten a ticket yet, sir. Pants are way overrated. Yeah, that's why I wear shorts. We're almost to shorts weather here. Yes. 37 Fahrenheit. Can I switch this to Celsius quick? I don't think I can. If I use Wonderground, I can. So we are 36 Fahrenheit. Or... I really wish I could set both. Or 3. We are 3 degrees Celsius. Oh, you have to log in. Just show me both, man. You're past shorts weather here? Well, at least lunchtime? Nice. Actually, it's a dumb question. Maybe you know. Actually, no, you don't use Grafana, do you? Freeze, roast, freeze part of the year? Yeah. I hate that part of the year. In the mornings, you have to drive with the heat on, and in the afternoons or on the drive home, you have to drive with the air conditioning on. 3C for you? Nice. Yeah. I should get the temperature just in the dashboard, right? In the dashboard, that's right over there. So I just need to get it into Prometheus or Grafana somehow. And then, blink. People are like, what's the temperature? Like, the outside temperature. In the mornings, you need a coat or a jacket. At lunch, you need a wife beater, tee, and shorts. And just after dinner, it's back to the parka. Yeah. Ours doesn't get that extreme. Yeah, like... I personally will suffer through the morning in a hoodie so that in the afternoon I'll just need the hoodie. But yeah, but then like your car cooks in the sun all day too, and that sucks. And yeah, it's is what it is. What it is bullshit. Today you went from 45 to 80 and we're down to 55 already. Yeah, yeah. We get swings like that too, but they're few and far in between. Yesterday's close to the same. Dang. Yeah, we don't get it that frequent. That would suck if we did. Oh, I was like, how do we get to Apprentice? And then we were talking Delphi. Yeah. So Dan, do you get to use VLC then? Or VCL? The Visual Component Library? I really wish I knew what the hell I was doing back in the 90s with that thing. Like, if I had the knowledge I have now, I would have built some crazy shit in Borland stuff. Yep, nice, nice. Yeah, because it was always so funny. Everyone is like, oh, you gotta use Microsoft C compiler if you're gonna build for Windows because, you know, it's like it's theirs. They built it. And I'm over here like, all right, have fun. I'm gonna graphically fucking build my app and not have to use MFC. And they're like, but MFC is fine. I was like, yeah, well, look at this. I didn't have to write any code, and I can just lay everything out. And look, I can even anchor these things, so when you resize, they'll automatically resize, and... yeah. Good times. Good times. All right, statement dot C. Or, yeah. Yeah, so we only did N64. We didn't do UN64. I don't know why we didn't do that. Oh, we are going to have to do new API for this. You just use Clipper for Windows app back in the day? What was Clipper? I don't know Clipper. They're really just CLI apps with a quasi curses interface. Basic like programming language around a debug. Ah, okay, okay. They have the two new? What? Huh? What do you mean two new? You just cannot wrap your head around i3 like window managers. You want to? You really want to? But your brain just goes, oh my god, I forgot how to type. And insists that a mouse is the only way to move a window. So the first problem is you're moving windows. The thing about a tile window manager, and this is one of the reasons why I absolutely couldn't stand Awesome, is so I have 4 screens, right? I have 4 screens on my computer right now. When I'm looking up at you at chat, I'm looking at DisplayPort 3. You are seeing DisplayPort 4. And then I've got Pidgin and stuff over here. And right now I've got OBS and stuff over here on HDMI or HDMI A0, right? The thing is, everything stays where it's supposed to stay. Everything has a place, right? So like, you'll notice I've got a bunch of workspaces here. So like one is my normal workspace. This is my normal browser, right? It has a splash screen over it right now because I don't want to show it on stream. So it's specifically tied to not be on stream, right? But then 4 is my main one for programming, stuff like that, right? And then additional development screens and stuff, they all end up here on this workspace, right? But mostly everything is full screen, right? But like when I'm doing actual programming work, right? So on the streaming window here, we've got a browser that always sits in this position, the first window. Then we've got the terminal for building and testing in this window. Then normally we have the editor and then the docs, right? Everything has a known position. So I don't have to, I only have to move it to put it in place, right? And then I can easily jump between stuff because everything has a known position. Other people will say other things, blah, blah, blah. But like with Awesome Window Manager, like it would like automatically sort stuff and give you like a preferred window and stuff. And that just moved everything out of the way and it made it unbearable for me. But like I used to use XFCE and I had the same setup where everything had a specific place. Most things were full screen on a virtual desktop and stuff like that. So moving to a tabbed window manager just made sense. Just the problem was I couldn't find one that did layouts I liked. And i3 just lets you do whatever you want, so it's good. That works for me. Well, 4 screens can be a pain with the window manager. Fucks it up. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm using i3. Windows is really bad at screwing up Windows locations on NVIDIA driver. Yeah, just don't use Windows. Keyboard to working with Med here. FMX is Delphi's new multi-platform lib like VCL. Oh, okay. Interesting. Huh. Basically why you want to like it. Everything in its... Yeah, but like the thing is you can do that with an existing... or with a floating window manager too, right? Or a traditional window manager. It's just, you know... what it really comes down to, unfortunately, is discipline. Right? Like, I'm not trying to say you're undisciplined or anything, but it's really hard to get into that that mindset and keep doing it and get in that habit. But like, what helps is like floating windows in i3 are just assholes and they're in the way. Right? I don't know of a way to throw this to the back. Like I can move it to any screen I want, but like, it's in the way now. Right? That's just like, yeah, discipline with that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 4 screens as well, so you 100% understand the pain. Yeah. But yeah, so like even when way back when I first went to 2 monitors and they were CRTs, right? I did all my work on one, and then the second monitor was just chat, right? So that's where I ran game and everything like that. It was on a second monitor. And then I added a third monitor to get documentation, so I didn't have to keep flipping between documentation, which even though I do it now, but I don't need the documentation nearly as much as I did back then, right? And then with streaming, it became a problem, so I got the 4th to get the streaming stuff up there now. Yeah. Looking at Neri? Oh, I've never used Neri. I don't even know what that one is about. But, it's all personal preference. Pick what works for you. All right. Oh, we were coming over here to look at the SQLite API. SQLite 3 API C. Not the introduction in this one. Yep. So I don't think there's a way to bind a uint, which is weird. I don't think they say anything about unsigned values either. You have 3, but the center one is ultra wide, 32. Oh yeah, no, I'm good on that. I'm still not sure you like it, but the display works. I feel like, yeah, that's fair too. I don't know. I've never been into the ultra wide. So like the thing you didn't notice about my setup, they're all 1900 by 1080 or 1080 by 1920 or whatever, 1920 by 1080 and 1080 by 1920, because like, I don't know. I've got enough screen real estate that I don't need shit fucking tiny and my eyes suck, clearly. So like, I'm not trying to squint, right? And like the whole programming font thing here, this started big so that people could see the font on mobile, right? So if you're on your phone and I'm streaming and you're watching my stream, you can see the text. And then I just got used to it and I was like, wow, my eyes don't hurt. So yeah, there we go. Am I running all the same resolution monitors and mix? You have 2 4K and 2 180, so it gets interesting. Yeah, no, mine are all technically the same. It's like 2.5 4Ks, yikes. All right, so how are we supposed to solve this? What do you typically do for an unsigned? Auto vacuuming. Like, is this all on the same page? Jesus, okay, I didn't realize this was all on the same page. How do people handle unsigned values in SQLite? Do they just cast? Like, it looks like API-wise, that's what you need to do. Although, what is this guy? Because there's no cross-platform way to specify 64-bit integer types, SQLite includes type tests for 64 signed and unsigned. The SQLite 364 preferred definitions, blah, 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 blah. SQLite 3... Right, but like, do I just cast? Because there's no bind uint. So I guess I cast? Right? There's bind int and bind int 64, but no uint. Just cast it void and cram it on in. I am trying to not write exploitable code. Thank you very much. But like integers have the same deal too. This is C. Like, what do you mean this isn't C? This is C. This is 100% C. Yeah, like there's no mention of how to do this. Oh, gotcha. Well, then why would they create a uint 64 type? Storage class is more general than a data type. The integer storage class, for example, includes 7 different integer data types of different length. This makes a difference on disk, but as soon as the integer values are read off disk and in memory for processing, they convert into the most general 8-bit signed integer. And so for the most part, storage class is indistinguishable from data type, and the two terms can be used, whatever. Yeah, see, they talk about unsigned and stuff here. So, like, do we just cast? Wait. A column that uses integer affinity behaves as the same numeric with... expression cast as int is cast as numeric, leaves the number floating point 0. Real, blah, blah, blah. Like, unsigned big int should be what I want. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Yeah, I do. This is a counter. I mean, I don't need it, but the whole thing is built to be unsigned. And with as fast as some people change statuses, yeah. The table is saying unsigned int equals integer, so no, doesn't support unsigned. But SQLite gets weird about that, right? So like this whole thing where like they're saying the affinity too. So like if you say it's a numeric instead of an int, it'll keep floating point, right? SQLite does all sorts of weird stuff with types. It's even if you mark it as strict, it still gets really fucking weird. So like here, all right, so here's our schema, right? You see that primitive as an integer? We're just going to insert into sage presences, primitive, I need an ID. Right, so this is an integer. Oh, okay. This did happen because it's strict. But here, let's do this. 4-bit integer. Sure, limit. What's the max? Yeah, okay. Oh, I don't want fucking comma, you dick. Actually, would that work? No. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work because it sees another parameter, right? So it's an integer, but I just jammed that much in, right? Yep, didn't care. It's fine. Update, save, presences, set, name equals, where ID equals FFFF. Right? I just gave it an integer. Right? No quotes. I gave it an integer. And it stored it as an integer. Well, as an integer, like the strings don't show quotes, right? So it does a lot of relaxing and stuff automatically. So like, will it work? I don't know, right? That's, this is the weirdness. Just cast it to text. We have to increment it. It's a counter. No, you did not see Rust earlier. You will not see Rust on this stream. Never, ever fucking again. Rust people suck. That's just full stop. You want to talk about reply guys or mansplaining? Yeah, just fucking start doing Rust on the internet. And start doing something that Rust isn't supposed to allow, but you need it to work that way. And oh god, will they get insufferable. How's it going, Axel? Welcome, welcome. Now, to be fair, I'm not saying everybody that writes Rust is that way, but there's a fucking lot of them that are. We can cheat. Do I have this code? No. Is it? Yeah, okay. We can see what Christian Hergert did for this. Guess it's in GOM cursor. He just jams it into an N64. Doesn't even cast it. Just bind in 64 from the UN64 value. Okay. Never clue about it. That and Zig had been on your, you should check it out someday list. Yeah, fair. You'd rather learn brainfuck before even trying to understand Rust syntax? Yeah, but Rust is fun to write. Okay. People say so, sure. Brainfuck is just an excuse in obfuscated assembly. Yeah, basically. Like, when it comes to esoteric languages, there's still one I want to learn, and I'd love to make a protocol plugin for it. But if you've ever heard of Piet, the ESOLang, here is Hello World in Piet. Because it's a picture. And, yeah, can you imagine writing a Pidgin plugin and as a picture? That would be pretty cool, in my opinion. Although you would crash the shit out of it a lot, but trying to get there. I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, you could do a punch card too. But like, yeah. You know, Morris, back in school, you learned to program 8080s and opcode using hex directly into program memory, not even a full keyboard. You poor bastard. Like, I don't know how else Steven did, you know. Yeah. I just realized something I want to check real quick. Oh, well, that was not the clipboard I thought it was. This might fix the flat pack spasm stuff for chat not working above us. So, like, wait a second, I should rebuild the flat pack for it. That wasn't even school meaning college. That was school meaning United States Marine Corps Moss School. What is Moss? I don't know what Moss stands for. Your intro to program is similar. Your dad got a super old mainframe. Had a freaking hex pad on it. Yeah, it'll happen. Military occupational. Okay, cool. Flat pack run im.pidgin.pidgin3. Actually, just in case. Boop. So I rebuilt the plugin. Could not connect. No such file. Okay, what? I gotta debug this. I don't know what the hell it's trying to connect to. That thinks is a file. Oh. What? Oh, it's libsecret is trying to get to the session bus. Oh, fuck. Alright. Well, we'll deal with that later. Okay, that makes more sense, though. It wasn't a white... that was Pidgin 3. It was pixelated. So that you guys couldn't read what was going on, right? So it was just blink. It just happened to be Pidgin 3. And, oh, that's the other thing, right? So when I say no session... So, like... Here, right. So the problem is, if I do flatpak run im.pidgin.pidgin3-g application app id im.pidgin.pidgin3s, right? Failed to register. Like, I don't know why it's failing the debug stuff here. Flatpak run -help. Allow app to own its name on the session bus. Talk name. Allow app to talk to name on the system. No talk. System own name. So the problem is I have a Pidgin 3 instance running and they're clashing on dbus is the problem. At least I think that's what the problem is. But like, this didn't happen before, which seems weird. Like, why wasn't this a problem before? Only trying to load crypto codes into military crypto gear from punch tape, and the tape tears halfway through. Oh God. Yeah, that's a bad time. So we're not running sandboxed. Alright, well, let's try debug. Or minus V to see what the hell it's saying. Failed to register. Service unknown. Like, I think this is part of the problem. Yeah. Wait, this ran without issue. Why the hell? My normal Pidgin 3 is here. It's running fine. Alright, well, hold on. Oh, well, okay. It crashed. So, yep, whatever. I'll figure that out off stream. And then we'll get chat working on stream again. At some point. Alright. So, we just force these into the right things. But this is new API, so this is going to be Seagull 8. I thought we were done with API changes, but nope. I don't know what I was thinking with the uint stuff, but clearly I wasn't thinking. These are sorted alphabetically, so it kind of helps, but you got to find the right thing at bind time. TU. GUint value error. So sorry, error. There's worse stuff than paper tape, though. Oh boy, what's that? There's a basic type. Text is a little bit more complicated. Bind object is harder. Alright, just give me bind int and then we'll change this around. Just might as well grab 64 while I'm here. Bind uint 64. One piece of crypto gear used a 256-bit key and you had to put it on a 16 by 16 grid of spring-loaded toggle switches? Oh boy. That sounds horrible. Okay, that looks fine. Yeah. I have to write tests for this too, which is gonna suck, but it is what it is. Cool. Who can get away with cutting the mouse corner? Sure. Oh, the cheapest bitter stuff, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I didn't write single statement.h. I have to do column uint and column uint64 too. I scrolled too far. Oh, whatever. We'll just do this. And after bind time zone, blink, blink, bind uint value, binds an unsigned integer value to the name parameter. Name must be exact name is query, returns true and success. Otherwise that. This is in 0.8, 0.8. Bind uint guint value, cool. Bind uint 64. Binds an unsigned 64 to name must be exact, returns true and success, blah blah blah, 0.8. Seagull 08, bind uint 64, guint 64. Hey. Do. Your country usually means made by the nephew of some politician for 10x more than it should. American parts, Russian parts, all made in Taiwan. Yep. What's that from? What movie is that? I should know this, but I don't recall. Oh shit, I forgot how much was here. Just hearing with a bag of bushings or so. Oh boy. Armageddon? The movie with Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck? And Liv Tyler? I think you're thinking of something else. Maybe. It could be. Yeah, that's one? Okay. Or was it the other asteroid one? What was the other asteroid movie? It was Armageddon and Deep Impact. Can you tell I've worked at a movie theater and a Blockbuster? So Deep Impact, who was even in this one? I don't remember. Robert Duvall, Tia Leone, and Elijah Wood. Wow, okay. I don't remember this at all. Oh, Morgan Freeman is the president. Okay. Jon Favreau. This guy's been in a ton of shit, and I didn't know him until the fucking Marvel movies. Yeah, okay. So Deep Impact, 1998. Armageddon. I spelled it wrong, whatever. 1998. Yeah, it lifts up. Oh, Billy Bob Thornton was in there. I didn't realize that. Steve Buscemi, forgot about that. Oh, Owen Wilson was in there. Willem Fitchner, didn't know he was in there too. Peter Stormare. You all have seen a billion movies with this guy and probably don't even know who the hell he is. He plays so many different. He's like Gary Oldman. He just fucking blends in. You can't tell it's him. But like really good at generic bad guy. Griffin used to work for the U.S. government software vendor. They got paid hundreds of millions to build a new system for the government, like 4 years late on the timeline and way over budget. The government finally cancels it. Oh, God. After discovering that an asteroid the size of Texas will impact Earth in less than a month, NASA recruits a misfits of team of deep core drillers to save the planet. Yeah. Jean Renee's quote. When he put it like 6 months later, the company had a new software that did everything the Gov wanted from the original project, so they sold it to the Gov pass style. Nice. Yep, that's how it goes. All right, so we've got a normal, not and a not found, but not a null. Okay. So many unit tests, so much duplicates. Line null. Line time zone normal, time zone null. Bind uint normal. Select foo. Bind uint. I guess we should do it this way. But I'll have to look up what that value is. Well, no, we should do something with the bit set. I don't know, we can do, why am I blanking on what the fuck this should be? Oh, Jesus Christ. Or, how the hell do you do binary in Python? I missed a 0 anyways. Isn't it just supposed to be that? Python binary literal. Jesus Christ. OB, my bad. Two, three, four, yeah, all 50. That's what I really want to do. 80, Jesus Christ. Okay. That's what I really want, right? Yes. This way I don't have to worry about Indianness, or I shouldn't have to, right? Hey, well, I'm a contractor who would like to charge obscene hourly rates, so please pass me some info. North of 20K, Jesus. So, how does bit shifting work on Big Indian? Or on Little Indian, I guess. Well, Little Indian, it just worked fine. Right? Does the bitwise operator just do that the right way? This didn't answer the question. It's the way the values are stored in memory when loaded in the processor, regardless of Indianness. The bit shift instruction is operating on the value in the processor's register. Therefore, loading from memory to processor is equivalent to converting to Big Indian. The compiler fixes it for and see. Okay, like I think it does, but I'm like I'm not. I don't remember. And I don't have anything that's Big Indian right now, do I? Are PowerPC Max or Big Indian or not? Like I'm just trying to get a value that's gonna have the 32nd bit set, right? So this should do it. Right, and then this should give us that value. PowerPC Max or Big Indian? Okay, so I do have some of those, but I don't have any of them running. So this is going to be real dumb. Oh, actually, no, this will be easy. But what the fuck is that value? Okay, I got the... No, I did not get the name. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, what? Oh. Well, that's the first problem. I'm a dummy. This might actually work, and I'm just fucking stupid. And have the unit test busted. No, this is... Yeah, see... No, we're still not binding right. Yeah, it's been a long time since I had to worry about Indianness, and I'm like, I can't remember. Okay, oh, I forgot the comma. The oh, fatal warning 0. Why is this giving me 0? It's because it's not technically a... No, that still gave me 0. What the fuck? Is this gonna have it? I don't know what it is. G and 64 format something. Is it really just LU? What the hell? Shield left on X86, shift, SLS. Yeah, I don't know. I've never done much assembly at all, so I don't know. Yeah. But what the fuck? Why is this? Oh, G and. Is that why? But no, that shouldn't matter. No, that's right. That's right. I'm taking one. I'm shifting at 32 bits. That should not be like in an unsigned int. Why is this not working? Why is this giving me? No, what? Like I shouldn't need to do that. The number shouldn't be full. It's the wrong number. Yeah. Thousands, millions, what? Maybe. But like this is just me being fucking stupid. When you shift something 32 bits, you're moving it to the 33rd bit. Right? That's the problem. One, 2, 33. I'm supposed to be shifting 31 and 63 bits, not 32 and 63. All right, so this should be 63. Is there a GG uint constant? Yeah, there's a uint 16 content. So, all right, this number's wrong then too. No, I meant to set bit 32. I wanted to set the assigned bit, and I just right. That's the problem. Off by 1, right? Fucking off by 1. All of a sudden, I'm like, wait a second. For 32-bit, I should not be getting a 4 billion value back. That's not how that works. Right? It should be the, whatever the hell that actual value is. This one. Like, because I have to set all the other bits to make it work. Fucking hell. And of course it's 0 then at that point, right? Because there's no, everything that bits 1 through 63 or 0 through 63 are all 0. So of course it's 0. Blah. All right, we're still wrong on this though. UN64 normal, select 0. There might be something else messed up here. There's no warnings. No, there's definitely, oh, those. Oh, yeah, we're still shifting 64 apparently. There's fucking compiler warnings that are telling us this is the problem. This might be a much different problem. I might have to use a variable for that one. Left shift count greater than equal to width of type. How? I just use the value then. Fuck it, right? Like I wanted to use that so it was more obvious, but whatever. This is fine. Okay, yep. And then 1233 is still wrong. But this is going to give me the same problem, so we're just going to do this. Yeah, no. There's only 2 hard problems in computer science. Naming things, cache invalidation, and off by 1 errors. Like, you can't say 3 because that's the meta joke, because you're off by 1 even in that. Insert content is so large that it is unsigned. Yeah, that's the point. Oh, I've got, okay, yep, 1233. It's supposed to say GUint. Okay, cool. Much better. Fucking hell. I'm wondering how many people here heard Indianness and are like, what are they talking about? We're supposed to call them Native Americans. And like, no, ENDIANESS. Plus minus 4.611 E18 assigned range. Yeah, that's the whole point, right? That's why I wanted to use the bitwise stuff. And like, if we can, we might be able to get away with the bitwise stuff yet. Let me try 1 or 2 more things. But I wanted to use the bitwise so it was obvious, right? Like, oh, I'm using the signed bit. That's what I'm doing. 31, okay. Oh yeah, I just disabled the test, so this should just, okay. What? Somebody's lying. Okay, whatever. My comment there does the right thing. So, these ones don't matter that much, but this should say... Thought I copy pasted that, but I guess not. Oh, right, right. Okay, okay. Where did the name come from? I don't know that I've ever looked at it. Um, and so in the tests, of course, because SQLite only stores things assigned, we have to do that. Might be being really dumb here, but are you expecting flipping that bit to only flip the sign? Because you have to... Yeah, yeah, no, this is fine. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the right values in and out of SQLite, right? So SQLite's going to store it as an integer, and this is that. And then when I call it back and I cast it back to an unsigned int, I should get the right value back. This unit test is just to make sure that the code works in the ways that we expect, right? And in some cases, that's really wrong. um, okay, right? So the problem here is we're not getting the values back out of SQLite yet. This is just, we're verifying that the value we expected ended up correctly in the SQL statement, right? So if you look at the test, what we do is we expand the SQL. So we do a prepared statement, we bind our properties into it, then we expand the SQL to get the whole statement, right? So the statement itself says select foo, and then we replace foo with this. So then it's going to be this value, right? So that's all fine. That's all gravy. When we pull them out, then we'll actually get to make sure that we got the right values. So, but right now this doesn't actually write it to SQL or anything. So, yeah. What time is it? Fuck, it's already 2? Christ. All right. When's the next ad? Oh, we just missed it. Well, it's 10 minutes. I'm not gonna wait. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee and get water and stuff. I'll be back. Apparently, gullible travelers from a debate were to crack the egg. Small end, little Indian, large end, big Indian. Really? Huh. Today I learned. Humans. Mandoline, Uint, and Uint 64. We're not done yet, but I need to get a commit. I don't know that I've ever actually read Gulliver's Travels. Travelers. It's Travels. Hey, I just spent 15 minutes not realizing I had an off by one error. We all make mistakes. Have a good one, Icarus. Catch you later. Have a good rest of your day. Do we... Okay. Guess we only had one. We didn't do a column. Oh, we wouldn't have a null because it's an integer. Well, you could have null. I've got to give it the negative value. I don't remember what the hell it was. Can't imagine why I couldn't remember that. Because I didn't even try. Oh. I can cheat though. I can do... Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that should work. Yes, that one is intentionally off by 1. So, this isn't going to work because that function doesn't exist. This is how you write green test. You write the test before you write the code, because that's what people do for some reason. Gotta make sure you fail everything. Fail it all, again and again. Oh, I didn't actually write the function. Dumbass. I wrote the prototype, like, yep, we're done. Find column, check type. We'll make sure it's an integer type because there's no int64 column type either. We'll see if this will be okay. Probably not. Does it yell at me? It did not yell at me. But then we failed. Oh. Is there no I don't think there's a G assert compare you. Yeah, I don't. Does this work with 64-bit values? Well, let's see. I don't know why I didn't use it if that was the case, right? I mean, aside from dumb. What's a good reason not to do something? Just dumb. $20.56. Insertion failed. Yeah, that works. I don't know why the fuck we didn't do this in the first place. But yeah, so we're off by 1, right? That was intentional. So I want to make sure that it failed. Is the reason for more stuff? Yeah, yeah. Cool. I feel like we should use this for the other value. The bind uint64. That's more obvious what's going on. I know it doesn't look obvious, but that is more obvious for what it's going on. All right, and then for column, we're going to do the same thing for column uint. We're just going to copy what uint64 was, because we don't have a separate one. Right, because the column stuff, we just started putting everything together at first to try to get all the basic types and whatever, it's fine. Then after this, we have to do the object bindings too, which will be okay. It's just gonna take a second. Bind uint normal. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, good. More obvious than the same number in decimal anyway. Yeah, yeah, exactly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Where uint? Oh, I was gonna do that on the int64 one as well, the one I copied, because it was dumb. Dumb. Column error normal. Do we have a uint? Oh, no, because I called N64. I didn't... I was like, how the fuck did this work? The answer was I called the wrong function. And it still worked, but I called the wrong function. This is why I feel bad too when people are like, oh, I don't get programming, it's so hard, I make all these mistakes. And it's like, so does everybody. All the time. All the freaking time. Like, if you're not making at least one really dumb mistake a day, are you even programming? And people who say they're not, they're full of shit. Oh, how big is this damn pull request getting? Sucks. Sucks. Yeah, the whole reason we wrote this library is so we don't have to do all this shit again and again and again and again and again and again and again. All right. These for 80% of the program is just fixing the mistakes you made the day before. Yeah. 100%. Oh, I named it integer 64. Oh, fuck. All right. You integer. Like, I don't want to put unsigned in here, but it could be fine. The other thing is I'm trying to make the unit test and everything not have weird, I don't want to say cryptic, but I want things to be obvious in our code base, because in the past things have been so non-obvious that you're just like, oh, dude, fucking stop Sublime, Jesus. The other part of the programming time is fixing the mistakes you made 2 seconds ago. About there, I think. You've been fighting with some of that in the current project. It's always been we just need this quick, no time to do it right kind of thing. Yeah, that's a very slippery slope to get into. There's magic numbers everywhere, no coherent design, redundant functions, etc. It works, but it's really yeah. Uh-huh. I understand. Oh, is that still around? If that's still around, this is hilarious. It looks like it got deleted. At one point, I don't remember what it's for, but we had a macro or something called add 8. And it added 8 to a number for some reason. I don't remember if it was... Yeah. Oh, I can just do it this way. If I could type, it'd be great. So, wait. It got changed in the next commit. So it got added 9113. Added game add 8, which adds 8 to a number and returns it. You may all blame SimGuy for this. Converts a MIME header field string back to its readable equivalent. According to RFC 24/7, basically a header is plain ASCII and can contain any number of sections called encoded words. The format of encoded word is blah. Where the fuck is this used? Also, notice all this shit that got changed at once here. I like this better. What if I wanted to add 8 to something other than an int? So, it got added as a function and then replaced with a macro. I don't know if this is people fucking around or if it was ever used. I guess it was never actually used by the looks of it, but yeah. There's lots of stupid memes and stuff like that in the Pidgin 2 and game code bases. So, yeah. Can't decide. It seems almost like RFC for IP over carrier pigeon. But at the same time, you can totally see it actually being useful. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it ever actually got used or anything or what, but yeah. Like, just, We're purposely not making this one designed. Likewise. Okay, do we compile here? Kitties are going crazy, man. All right, because then we also have to do all this nonsense. Oh. Right, they don't even freaking fit. Okay. This is the first one. Oh, that's probably going to fail, but we'll see what it does. Because again, the binds do the same deal as we did before, where we expand the sequel to make sure we got the right thing. Oh. So we're testing all the different types of prefixes for SQLite named parameters and shit all at once. This is Sammy again. There's a time when we use the other one. Yes, this is bind to object. There should be a bind to other or something, or bind to other object. I don't remember what it is. This is maybe going to fail this way, but it's okay. Bind to object multiple. Let's see how we're doing here. The test is going to fail all over because, yep. I forgot to do that. No. Oh, well, that's a dumb problem. That's called I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. 13 values for 11 columns. That looks fine there. What? Test statement object 440. So we failed to create the statement based off a query. Oh, yep, look at that. We probably did that in the other one too. Okay, yep, this is fine. This is the error we're expecting to get. So we're kind of red-greening this. So in bind object, what we do is we go through and we figure out all the types. And then we're going to look for these. And then... I guess we... Oh, yeah, because those are a little different. That's fine. Although we should probably move this around, but whatever. But if it's type uint, then we bind uint. G-value get uint. Type uint 64. No, I'm developing the Pidgin. Try again. Alright, so now we should get past that problem and go on to the next one. Yeah. Alright, so now this is going to be the problem where we had this and it wanted that. That's okay, right? Because that's going to be what that value is. And we can't use the hex notation for it there, which is okay. Which state? This should be the first one. That's fine. No prefix. We need to replace this with that. And then the N64 part's going to fail. That's okay. All right, so we have that in there, which is not right because we need to have null. We should definitely not have null. Oh. We're not supposed to have underscores in the name. That's why we have null. But anyways, how's it going, Poop and Pigeon? Welcome, welcome. All right, now, so we have that value, but we're supposed to have this value. And that's okay. That's expected. Okay, now we're on to the next error. Or we're still on the same problem. Not okay. Oh, yeah, no prefix. Error, assertion failed. Expanded equals expected. That looks okay. That looks okay. What failed here? This will be easier if... Well, somewhat easier. Oh, what the hell? Do. Oh, I forgot to put those in here. Yep, okay. Okay, yep, and now we're, so the no prefix one worked fine. Good. Ugh. Fuck, am I gonna get this done by 3? I hope so. I don't know how I caught a second wind either. I didn't have any more caffeine. I had green tea. All right. So 509's got a couple issues. That's okay. We created the table. It's fine. But here we need to say the unsigned integer. The unsigned integer 64. And then those should be right. That'll get us past that problem. We need the actual values again. We'll just run this till it gets it to us. How do we fail twice? What? Oh, no, it's just showing this. Okay, whatever. So we need to grab... We got null and null. Interesting. All right, so hold on. Let's just grab the values from the other one so we have them, the proper values. Or give me this one first. And then... unsigned integer 64 prefix v unsigned. How do we put... Oh, I might have put the names in here. No, the prefix stuff should work with that. Should be fine. Alright, so these last two values are null for some reason. That doesn't make sense, but that's okay. What do we do in the code? The message property name. Percent s equals percent s, comma, param name, property name. The unsigned integer 64. Oh, it's because I have dashes in here, and there's not supposed to be dashes. Yep, okay. Oh, and then we got the same problem from before where I forgot to do this. V unsigned integer. V unsigned integer 64. Okay, sweet. Now bind multiple. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this. We haven't been adding a lot to this. Bind object mixed. We're not using all the properties here. Bind object prefix must match. Yep. And then we get to the column stuff. Okay, so save what we got. Ugh. Sounds like sassafras. Can you guys hear him? He's like, "Meow." He might talk back to me. Oh, it'd be nice if I just had these values handy. Why don't I just do this? Well, it's fine. One second. Okay. The query v time zone from object v unsigned integer v unsigned integer 64 from object. This is gonna fail. We're expecting that. Oh, we need to grab our types. Guint v unsigned integer 0 uint 64 v unsigned integer 64 equals 0. Oh. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know why I'm thinking I need these. I do not need these. Need to say g assert compare uint obj v unsigned integer 64 equals we can do these again. compare uint line integer 64 ox8 012 12 12 2 12 12 12. All right, we'll leave the prefix for now because it's not going to work anyways. We're going to fail here. Yep. Assertion failed. Found object property v unsigned integer for column v unsigned integer, which has unknown type gparam uint. All right, so we have to fix that. And this gets shitty, but it's okay. Enums flags type value. Okay, so else if PSPEC value type equals G type uint, then G value init. So cool. Pidgin was your first IM on Ubuntu 6.10. Nice. Or so. And it was still alive. It was working great even then. Yeah, I mean, we're still here. We're kind of struggling along. Mostly because Pidgin just... It needed to be modernized a long time ago, and it never happened. And then, so I took over the project 10 years ago. I've been with the project since 2003, but I took it over 10 years ago with the focus on making it work and get modernized. And whoo boy, it's a bit more work than I ever imagined. That's, yeah. It's been a thing. So, G value set, uint, ampersand, value, SQLite 3 column int, statement I. But yeah, we're, so we've been doing experimental releases of Pidgin 3. And what that means is, like, on the surface, I thought I had the thing open. I do. Is basically, it's just snapshots of where we were in time. And just to show that, you know, we're still alive. We are actually working on this thing. It is somewhat useful, but it's not anywhere, shape, or form ready for third-party developers, let alone users. And then, but we are to the point now where our next release is going to be Alpha 1, which means that we think, but we're not guaranteeing anything, that the APIs are stable enough for people to get, to start working on plugins, on third-party protocol plugins. We think those APIs are stable enough. So still a long way to go. And then after that, betas will do the same thing with user interfaces. And then we'll do release candidates until we're ready to actually lock in our API and ABIs and then go from there. So object time zone should not be null. Yeah, it shouldn't be. I don't know how the time zone got messed up here. 8:12. Did I mess something up in here?
Hello, Mr. Nice to see you. Our time zones are just a different level.
How's it going, Steve-O? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the 25 months. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. How did this mess up the time zone, man? We didn't touch the time zone code. That time zone code's right here. There's no compiler warnings or nothing. Yeah, so right now we're working on a library, a helper library we wrote to interact with SQLite. I guess, maybe. But, like, it wasn't enough to break it. Like, it looks fine. Nope, you're right there. Freaking missing comma. Hey! Okay. And again, we're just gonna make sure these fail quick. Whoa. That was an 8, right? Yeah, that's right. Does that work? You can't do that, can you? No. I thought there was some way you could do something like that. I'm very confused. The value looks right. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Damn it, I wanted these to be on top of each other. They are equal, which is what they should be. But what in the shit? Minus. Does the 1 bit not matter for that? Okay, it's doing the right thing. Just when I changed the value, it didn't matter because of the value I changed it to. Right, so I changed the 1 bit. So if I make this a 7, it'll fail. But if I make it a 9, it passes. Like, that's not right, right? Like, the 1 bit shouldn't be ignored. I'm so absolutely confused. Like, that's just not right. This has got... This has got to be with the conversion, right? I don't know, I'm super duper confused, but it appears to be correct-ish. Like, if somebody wants to figure out what's actually going on there, by all means, please do and let me know. I am very super duper confused at the moment. Like, some weird bitwise bullshit. Oh, is it Control Shifty? Yeah, there it is. Unsigned integer equals. kitties are going crazy. Syntax error named V unsigned integer. I forgot all the commas. All right. I still don't know what's going on with that one bit, but everything seems right. Oh, it's almost 3. Nice. Cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but that's something we should probably figure out at some point. But right now, I don't care. Whole bunch of string reflowing bullshit. It's fine. All right. There's one more thing I want to do real quick here. It's silly, but it's okay. Did we not put that in here? Well, I guess we didn't. Okay. So what version of Burb does this depend on? So we have another library we wrote called Burb, and one of the things it does is it has a built-in test for it to make sure that all of your license headers are correct. And oh no, that's right, because Seagull doesn't actually depend on Burb. We purposely did that. Okay. Well, that's dumb. I'm not going to do that then. I was going to try to fix all the license headers here real quick. But yeah, no need to do that. All right. So do we actually have any tests here? Or not tests, but bugs. Nope. Well, we had this idea that I would like to do at some point. But we're running out of ideas for things to put in this, which is good. So we might be able to do a 1.0 soon. But not yet, because we have to do 0.8 first, because we missed stuff. That's okay. No, actually, here. Here. Custom fields. Schedule version. Edit for all fields. Yeah, we have to update this. This is behind. Add new value 0.8.0. Don't know. It's not released yet. Save. What I'm going to do is here CDP Seagull vi changelog 0.7.0 was released on February 1st. Okay, it's released. Boom. 060 was released November 21st. 21st, it's released and it's archived. 0.5.0 was released June 27th. Oh. We need to add new value 0.6.1, which was released January 13th. That's released. Can't archive it yet because it's new. Archive, boom. All right, now it's all up to date. Cool. I'm gonna head back. Maybe. We might put this in 0.8. We might not. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, it didn't. I hate it when it does that. Oh, it did go. Blur. All right. Oh, cool. We're going to get out of here, but we're going to go raid Mr. Robotic Head. We got to raid him the other day. But we don't get to raid him all that often. I'm usually not on this late, so yeah. All right, but we're going to get out of here. If you don't want to join the raid, you can go ahead and hit cancel with the chat. Otherwise, there's nothing else you need to do. I don't think he dual streams, so YouTube, I got nowhere for you. Well, whatever. I can give you his Twitch, and then you can decide if you're going to go over to Twitch. So, all right, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. You can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live, so you can keep track of that there if you don't want to hit the notification bell here for whatever reasons. Also, you can join us on the official Pidgin Zulip server right over here too. It's actually Instant Messaging Freedom Zulip server, but you know, it's where it's an official support channel for Pidgin. So, all right, but thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time, adios.